Remember. But where are those who share the memory? Osman, this wine tastes the same as
Once,
I remember. But where are those? Who share the memory? Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Lior tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Solidify!
Propagate! Illusion shattered!
Cascade! Stabilize!
Shine down! Propagate!
Yes. Very nice. Oh, so you collect these? Yes. Very nice.
Stabilize!
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? One man's stone is another man's gem. Certainly worth the extra mile. certainly worth the extra mile.
Solidify!
Scatter! There is no escape!
Cascade! Stabilize! Be still.
Propagate! Illusion shattered.
Cascade. Yeah. Solidify!
There is no escape.
Everything's in place and they've taken the bait. Yes. Now to start reeling them in.
Illusion shattered!
Be still.
The threads of your fate lie in my... Cry out my illustrious name.
A walk would be.
Stabilize! Scatter! Gather!
There is no escape!
Cascade!
Yes. Very nice.
Be still! Attempt back! Solidify! Scatter!
But a momentary distraction.
Stabilize! Cascade!
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it. How's...
Be still.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
We once thought the Fortress of Meripede would be super scary, but looking back on it, it really wasn't that bad at all. You've got a set schedule, guaranteed food and board, and you can even buy all kinds of stuff with credit coupons. It's really no surprise that many people don't even want to leave. Oh, you mean Risley? He's definitely a pretty impressive leader. While he does look kind of intimidating, he's actually pretty easy to talk to once you've had a conversation or two with him. Paimon wonders how he's like with the people here. Do they also get the same guy we do, or is he a lot harsher with the bad guys? Yeah, he must be doing something right to maintain order here, while not making everything feel super oppressive.
Excuse me, did I hear someone...
Huh?
Excuse me, is someone passing by? Could you do me a favor, please?
Nope, Paimon wasn't dreaming. There's someone over there for sure. But,
Oh, did you hear my call? Thank you.
you're inside the... why are you hiding in here anyway? If we hadn't happened to pass by, you...
It's a bit complicated. Can we not talk about that for now?
Whoa, that's Tim?
No, it was nothing quite...
Just your hat? Huh? Wait, Paimon gets it! Something must have happened to your hair! Sorry. You just need your hat, right?
I think you may have misunderstood. It's a soft and brown hat. I think I probably lost it near the entrance elevator. It's really
Don't worry, we'll be... Paimon doesn't see anything here. Just where is that thing? Oh, this is taking longer than Paimon. Nothing in the water, right? Oh, we've looked everywhere and still not seen anything that looks like a hat. Huh, why don't we check out the Rag and Bone Shop? If memory serves, they got all kinds of stuff in there. Huh? How did you know what Paimon was thinking? Oh, this is bad. Well, either way. Paimon doesn't remember you being the boss.
Well, I'm just standing in for Mr. Alvar while he's off restocking the shop. Now, just wait a sec. A blonde foreigner dressed all in white, accompanied by a glaze-covered flying chunk of gingerbread. Well, you must be the legendary traveler and their companion Paimon.
No! Well, you're half right. Paimon's the traveler's treasured companion, sure, but she's not some flying chunk of gingerbread!
Sorry, I just I never thought I'd get the chance to see you with my own eyes, so got a bit ahead of myself. I hope you find it in your magnanimous hearts to forgive my discourtesy. I'm just a nobody, after all.
There's no need to put yourself down like that. Paimon's just denting.
Why, your heroic actions at Aeneas have long made their way to the fortress of Meripede. We heard that you were personally received by His Grace when you made your way down here, you know. Ah, you were the envy of all. And you're one of His Grace's favorite people, so of course, everyone wants to be introduced to you. Well, I'd figure you'd appreciate honesty over flattery. After all, I also only joined up here because I'd heard Mr. Alvar was a good friend of the Duke. And though I've only caught scant sight of His Grace since then, as fate would have it, I've become fast friends with Mr. Alvar himself. I mean, we've all got agendas, but rather than trying to force something to be true, it's often better to just...
Oh, so now you're trying to kiss up to us.
Well, I did mean it when I called you legends, and it is indeed an honor to meet the two of you. Oh, enough of that. Is there something you're looking for? No problem. Hey, feel free to check out any...
Wait, but that's,
Well, it's not like I'm getting paid to watch this shop. Instead of life's been pretty good recently, so I might as well just waive your bill.
All right. Paimon will take a look.
Are you sure you don't want more?
It's all right. Two will do. It just doesn't feel the same. But anyway, we don't need to get into the... Thank you so much.
No problem, and thank you for your patronage.
That's a real sneaky way of getting good reviews. We've been gone a while. Paimon hopes... You can come out now!
You did? Oh, Archon, you...
Wait! So, you're not actually...
I mean, I told you that there had... Wait,
Well, we got you a new one!
I see! Thank you so much.
Does it have some kind of sentiment?
But, sorry, I can't...
If you're looking for a hat, I just picked one up over here. Is it yours?
Your Grace!
Oh, hey, Risley! It's been a while!
Well, it's a slow day today, so I decided to go for a little stroll. Even if your workspace isn't, I'll say I'm not at all surprised to find the two of you here. You never could turn down someone's request for help.
It's what good adventurers do, after all.
Is that so? Maybe I should consider... As I recall, these hats are very important to members of the Beret Society. You might not have the same luck.
Understood. Then I'll be off.
What a strange guy. Oh, and has he done something?
Oh, not at all. In fact, members of the Beret Society are model prisoners. They work hard and never get into trouble. As for him, I'd guess he's just more of an introvert. It's not unusual for the more shy prisoners to freak out when...
Huh? Shy?
Prisoners are still people, after all. There are as many crimes and motives. The idea of the criminal as a selfish, heartless brute is just a stereotype. Such labels could never capture the complexity of even a single individual person. What kind of a person a prisoner may be and why they've committed a crime, we'd never know these things if they don't share.
Huh. You've got a point. Anyway, it's all good as long as it makes sense to you.
Although most of the societies here will just turn individual brawls into mass ones, the Beret Society does appear to be an exception, and it's instead trying to experiment with some novel and interesting things. If you have some time, why don't we grab something at the coupon cafeteria? And if you're still interested in the berets after that, I can...
Paimon's not the biggest fan of it.
All right then, please follow me.
Welcome, Your Grace, and the Traveler. Would you like 3 orders of today's welfare meal? Unfortunately, we weren't informed of your visit in advance.
I'll pass on the food, then. What about you?
Then Paimon will...
What a pity. It would seem...
Then, I must beg Your Grace to find me some more ingredients, so I can come up with... If you're not in the mood to eat, I can get you some...
Yes, please? Huh.
It's not for everyone.
Oh, now...
2 bottles coming right up.
Our first meeting took place on short notice, and we were both swamped by everything that happened after, so there was no time for more casual chit-chat. I'm actually quite fond of stories, you know. Of course, the others have already told me a lot about your deeds in Fontaine, but I'd love to hear it straight from the source.
Whoa. That'd be quite the long story.
Impressive. Not all who possess the courage to risk their life for their ideals also have the strength to make it out unscathed. Had you not possessed these remarkable qualities, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to make your acquaintance in the first place.
Paimon could... That guy we talked to earlier was obviously trying to get us to put in a good word for him, but you're the Duke, right? Why would you need to get on our good side?
Well, after all, you did help the fortress and I maintain our autonomy. Is it so strange that I would want to give a few words of praise out of genuine admiration? So this is a matter of trust. Which is unfortunate, since I don't have nearly as interesting of a story to offer about myself. I was convicted and sent here at an early age. I only became the top dog after spending a long time figuring out its inner workings. Power and control come in many forms, some fair and ethical, others less so. And since we're all sinners here, the victor calls the shots, no matter how they manage to get to the top. So, what do you think? Didn't put you much more at ease, now did it?
Kinda. You're really different from most of the people we've met so far.
I'm perfectly aware of that too, but even so, that doesn't make me think any less of you. I would very much like to maintain friendly relations with you two.
Your Grace, after following your instructions, we were able to find a box of undeclared contraband in the latest shipment of cargo. They were extremely well hidden, and we've confirmed that the senders have been using this method to smuggle goods for a while. We're trying to trace the goods to their source.
Got it. Leave the box here and contact me immediately if you make any progress. You're dismissed.
Yes, Your Grace.
Sorry, I'd almost completely forgotten about this.
She mentioned something about contraband. Are they, like, dangerous goods?
Not necessarily. The term is just applied to things people want to bring in on the sly. Many people here are experts at pulling rabbits out of the most ordinary hats, so we have to examine everything carefully. Now, what do we have here? It's more or less what I expected.
Whoa, this is certainly a box of curiosities. Mora, snacks, yarn, balls, ropes, mechanical parts, and even a gem! Wait, if you've confiscated this entire...
Yep, we can.
What? But that's just insane profit! Traveler, why don't you become a duke as well? Paimon will be your vault keeper.
Jokes aside, I didn't know you'd be so interested in this box. How about this?
Really? You'll let Paimon pick anything? No takebacks. Paimon will have you know that she's got a real good eye for...
I never joke about things like this.
Alright, Paimon's gonna have a look. Paimon wants... this one. Actually, never mind. Paimon doesn't want this gem anymore. Can Paimon pick something else instead? There's something weird about this gem. Paimon remembered a lot of bad things when she picked it up. Paimon couldn't even tune them out. It's as if the gem was just drawing them.
Is that so? Let me give it a try. Paimon's right. I too experienced some unpleasant flashbacks. Are you sure? I wouldn't exactly call it fun. Fair enough. Go ahead.
Are you okay, Traveler? You also saw something, right?
I'll take this gem then and run a thorough...
Then... Actually, never mind. Paimon...
You do have a point. It seems like we're almost done with our drinks, too. Let's go check out the Society's gathering. I can introduce you, and we can also...
Wait! Are you...
Just noticed? I wasn't...
We are honored by your visit, Your Grace. All these your...
Let me introduce you to them. Traveler, this is Dugier, the head of the Beret Society. This is their gathering place. Members can find all sorts of drinks and snacks here, as well as a large variety of books and other resources. Every once in a while, the Society will also host activities and seminars, which are always well attended.
You flatter me, Your Grace. All we did was set up an organization in the same way as you would in the world above. It's so easy to feel lonely and helpless when you arrive here for the first time. I remember that feeling all too well. None of us knew anything about this place then, after all. But that's when the thought came to me. If we could thus, it was with you.
Oh, so you were also...
My part in this was minimal. All I did was follow procedure and rubber stamp the application. I'm sure you have a very good sense of what this place is about by now. As you know, not everyone takes their sentence seriously. For some, this is just another place where they can eat, breathe, and sleep. But the Society is a great place for those who wish to turn things around.
Exactly right. Here, we keep an eye on each other and remind each other of our goals. Everyone can focus on rehabilitating our operations are entirely funded by members' donated goods and credit coupons.
Who knew you could find such a place in the fortress? Oh, right, and what's the deal with the...
There's nothing deep about it. I just felt like we needed some... If our members felt joy and pride from being a part of this group, then the hats would become a point of pride for them as well. And when we're together, we will feel a sense of community from seeing everyone's hats. Optimism,
In other words, that hat has come to represent something like a model citizen.
Once again, you are exactly right, Your Grace. That's a part of our goal as well. I'll ask the members to get us some drinks. Please, wait here just one moment. Feel free to look around, too, if you want to learn more about us.
Oh, right.
Seems like I shouldn't underestimate an adventurer's keen sense of observation. Kidding, of course. We're just discussing some... We've also already gone over the organization's vision. Instead...
Why does Paimon feel like he didn't answer the question at all? Yeah, they're supposed to be like the model...
Welcome to our gathering place. Is there...
Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a look around.
Well, that's not a bad comparison. I'm sure Mr. Dugier has already explained some of it. Besides this space, which our members use to rest and relax, these rooms are open to all of our members. We want everyone to be able to use their free time to the fullest.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Do you have a...
Unfortunately, we started a collaboration with the cafeteria a while back, though, so...
Yeah, Paimon can definitely...
Yep, and that's exactly why Mr. Dugier founded the Society. We all think we made...
Hey, you there, newbie!
Huh?
Yep, I'm talking to you. Now, what? Ha! That's with one shout. You can release all the fatigue, resentment, and unpleasantness from... Why don't you also give it... Just remember to take a deep...
Hey, what are you doing over here?
Oh, hello.
You are guests of the Duke, are you not? I'm organizing the bookshelves. We've got some classics, as well as a few books that the members published themselves. Yeah, most of them are writing diaries or autobiographies on their time in the organization. Some quit drinking. Some learned to tailor. Some became real good at calligraphy. And even I've learned to use a camera. We find it kind of funny. You see, had we managed to stay above ground...
it's because you...
Not only that, but we've also now got the mental space to think about taking on new things. Before we came here, we were constantly exhausted just trying to live. With how the Duke and Mr. Dugier have organized our lives down here, though, all we need is things that we want to do. You never know what you may be good at until you give it a try. And while you're here, no matter what you do, you won't get judged for it. After all, there's no need to conform to societal expectations when you're already in jail.
So this is...
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's it.
Don't worry, Alright, we've talked to everybody. It sure sounds like they're all pretty happy. That would explain why Risley only had good things to say about... It looks like they're starting to wrap up their...
Of course, Your Grace. I will attend to those matters.
Okay, then I don't have anything else to add. Oh, you're back. What did you think about this place? Now, note that your opinion will also affect my review of Dugier and...
Oh, wait, I didn't know they were also... it's all right with me, though.
Paimon thinks it's pretty good. Don't think anyone expected you to get a society going here of all places.
So it seems that you were able to get...
The prisoners here all have very different personalities and psychological needs. Our needs are like violent beasts, but if we can placate them, they lose their fangs, and they can... Which is why, in my opinion, learning to reconcile with oneself is the...
You've hit the nail on the head, Your Grace. Before I founded the Society, and I'm sure that a part of your support is rooted in your desire to help those people find...
And Paimon thought everyone was enjoying...
Of course, that lifestyle is more than enough for some people in the fortress.
Speaking of fighting, I'm not sure if you knew this, but...
What? You fight in the ring too? Wearing those high...
Oh, I almost never need them.
Hey, isn't that the guy who lost his... What's wrong? Did you forget about us already?
Are you feeling all right? You are...
No, I'm fine. I'm sorry.
He's still as weird as...
Dugier, do you know what's up with him?
I'm also not too sure about that. After all, it's my responsibility.
We'll leave him to you then. Where were we before we got sidetracked? Oh, right, about that. And when emotions run high, sometimes you might need more than just gloves as well. This pair of handcuffs has also come in handy quite a number of times. Oops.
Oh, isn't that awful gem? You're still carrying it with you?
Yeah, I kept it on me because of its special qualities.
Go on, you guys. Pick up the item for his grace.
Yes, right away.
That gem shines with quite the dazzling light. I hope...
It still looks good to me. Say, Dugier.
Never, Your Grace.
I guess that's fair. We've already gone over most of the things that I wanted to talk about, so...
Got it, Your Grace. Take care, everyone. I'll take you to the exit. Traveler, Paimon, it was an honor. I'm sure everyone would love it if you were to visit again.
Paimon doesn't think we made any plans for the...
Well, what's your opinion?
Paimon doesn't remember exact... There's only one potential problem. If the Society does too good a job managing...
But at this point in time, they're still reduced. I wanted to see just how much they've... I arranged for a meeting out of curiosity.
Dissonant?
I'm sure the Traveler has sensed it too. As expected, you also... The whole truth is a bit complicated. I had hoped to take care of it in... Why don't you take this opportunity to check back on the gathering place? If my hypothesis is correct, and with his watchful eye removed, you... I'm just following them. It's been so long since I got to watch a performance at Opera Epiclese that I've even begun to miss it. I'll explain everything to you later. Find out what you can from them now while they're all in one place.
It's just as you said you felt there was something off about this place. Paimon will do her best to help.
Wait, you got...
We're really sorry. We just realized that we...
Oh, okay.
Nobody? It's okay. We'll just look for it.
I'll go
No need. We're just... We can look around. Are you still organizing the bookshelf?
Yeah, and...
We weren't thinking about that to begin with, but weren't you?
Sorry.
Hey, hello?
Hello? How can I... The Beret Society...
You don't know...
Sorry, that's...
Hey!
What do you want?
Isn't this how you greeted us earlier?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I ate something earlier, so I'm falling into a bit of a food coma. You're looking for something, you said?
Okay, Paimon sees what you meant now. Seems like they really don't want to talk to us, so let's just head back.
Oh, you're back. How are...
It was as if they had all turned into completely different people.
The dissonance I mentioned earlier was precisely that fleeting moment of fear behind the cheerful facade.
Right. He was acting super scared too when we saw him. Actually, hasn't he just been...
And that's precisely why I took his hat.
Oh, so... It was you all...
It's because I wanted to figure out what's really I don't believe any of Dugier's talk about unstable mental states. Not too long. Dugier made very elaborate preparations for my visit.
Okay, but if you think something's wrong, aren't you the Duke?
Well, maybe you're actually a better fit for the position than I am. Just in all seriousness, however, cuffs and the like should be used sparingly. Everything I do is on display. The way people see me act determines the kind of world I can create, and I've always striven to appear fair.
That sounds a bit deep. Paimon's not sure she got all...
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I have to lead by example if I want to maintain it, and that's why even though Dugier had already let a few things slip, I didn't want to turn on him without...
Alright, so you're saying Dugier has figured out some way to control the members of his society. And even though the members are acting all optimistic and motivated, it's all just a show.
Indeed. He certainly seems to be using some coercive methods to turn his members into the most upbeat and motivated group of people you've ever seen. I have some faith, though, that some of the members understood the hint I gave during our visit. The line has been set, and it's...
Fish?
Let's give them some time. You can find me in my office when the time comes.
Hey! Don't just leave before you've explained... It's finally evening. Risley's probably wrapped up his investigation. Paimon has no idea what that guy's thinking. Let's just go find him and ask him what he's really up to.
Oh, here you are. Did you manage to land a lucky pull on the welfare meals tonight?
Let's just get straight to the point. Has anything else happened with the society?
Patience, Paimon. Even as the situation continues to brew, we still need to make sense of what we learned so far and go over any sticking points. I'm actually still thinking about the first thing that came to my mind when I noticed something amiss. Namely, why didn't anyone come to me about it?
Oh, that's a good point. Could whatever they're afraid of be so powerful that even you won't be able to—
But even if such a thing existed, how could they be so sure? It'd be one thing if it was just one or two people, but it seems like— which leads me to believe that it's more likely that they think I just wouldn't care to help them. Yes, something like that. Dugier must have told them something to make them think I won't take their side. So it became imperative for me to refute that and prove my true stance. Of course, I had originally planned to do this in a more covert way, but I had to there was no way to keep our investigation a secret after that.
That makes sense.
The last thing that guy wanted was for Dugier to find out that he'd lost it. He would have never brought the matter up on it, but now, not only has Dugier found out that he'd lost his hat, he's also realized that we were the ones who found it. That likely set his internal alarms off all at once. Yes, that's the conclusion I came to as well. It's the only thing that could explain the fear. If we didn't act right then and there, Dugier would probably come up with some other way to hide the truth. So after giving the matter some thought, I tossed that. I must say, I was...
Ah, so you did that
Yes, that's right. Of course, that box. I had no way to know if any of the members had actually seen the gem before, but since I had to do something, I decided to gamble. Right. And I said back there that I had no idea what the gem represented. That should have been enough to... And since I was traveling with you, heroes who have never turned, they would also understand that we're here to help, rather than to tolerate or uphold the status quo.
You used us as a part of your plan too!
My apologies. There was no time and quite a lot to explain, but I can assure you that I've now... Of course, you're under no obligation. Would you be willing to lend...
But Paimon's still mad at you!
You have my thanks. Now, there are still 2 outstanding matters in our investigation. I've examined one before. The other is the true purpose of the Black Gem. It's my hope that a brave fish will take my bait and venture. I'll put some music on while we wait.
Excuse me, Your Grace, but may I come in? I'm afraid that someone's been following...
Please, do.
I apologize for my lack of Yes, my lover Fasol told me all about you.
Slow down, take a deep...
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
You mean when we saw him at the gathering?
Yes, he fled immediately. Thankfully, he still managed to meet up with me, and now that he's lost Dugier's trust,
Censure?
Censure is Dugier's method of establishing control, as well as the thing we... Rather than listening to me explain what it is, Your Grace. Every secret may be...
Here you are. Please excuse. She rambles often.
I don't recall hearing a knock.
Oh, my apologies.
Like we'd believe you.
Please, there's no...
Well then, what if the reasonable man wants to hear the...
That would be perfectly fine with me. Thankfully, he has already returned.
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
This is what you're afraid of.
I've never seen that thing in my life.
Your Grace, I don't think...
It's all right, Elise. No matter what it is.
Your Grace!
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
But what?
In that case...
Miss Avis, please show me your head. There's...
Your Grace, the Society has never caused trouble for you. Why are you doing it? I'll do anything for you, as long as you give me the word.
Your words bore me.
Everything that I do, I do. All right, Avis.
Just what's up with them? We should have shown...
Sooner or later, he must have been well prepared for this exact scenario. The entire society are his hostage, and that's why he dared to bare his fangs right in front of me. And the true secret of the society is neither on the hat. Dugier probably knew this from the very beginning, which, however, if we were to look at the rules, it would also seem like the head has to be the place where they're
Yeah, none of this makes sense.
The hats are definitely being used to hide a secret, but there's nothing wrong with... But if there's nothing on her head, why did Avis feel the need to remove her hat? From the way Dugier acted, he must have known from the beginning. But if there's nothing on her... From the way Dugier acted, the hats are definitely being used to hide a secret.
I have an idea, but...
Huh? What is it? Tell Paimon about it!
You mean this thing? So, she handed a key piece of evidence over to us without Dugier know. That would mean that Avise... Let me take a look. I managed to remove this from the hair clip. It's long, slender, and...
Paimon...
Let's see.
Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Some kind of dark... And some of it has been absorbed by this thorny...
You've probably heard before that water is filled with the strongest emotions of humanity. With that in mind, this...
Oh, so that's why even touching it will make...
Dugier would be able to censure others. I can only imagine how it would feel to have... The moment it hits you would be like being flooded with all the terror, agony, desolation, and an overwhelming sense of despair.
So, was that...
And that might not even be all. We can't let Dugier escape with...
Your Grace, we have taken the Society members into custody. They all tried to flee just a little while ago. As if we decided to forestall their plan, and we're just about to send the—
Great work, everyone.
You had prepared for something like this, all?
I had them stay here to keep an eye on things. Perform a thorough search of the...
Understood, Your Grace.
Now, let's check on them. As expected, they all have a hollow thorn inserted into a wound.
Paimon's glad her eyesight isn't so good that she can see it from here. Paimon's gonna float away.
They probably left it there as a lasting reminder of These people must have had to endure an... Let's go check out the other areas, too.
Hey, come here. Have a look at this. This is a book that Paimon found in a box. The colors of the covers are completely different, though. And the names of the authors also don't match up. Yeah.
Look at what I found. This is a surveillance port. So even if Dugier's not there in person, indeed, it's easy to become lost, and if any action you take may be deemed a mistake, Dugier has already tamed...
Your Grace! Your Grace!
What's the matter?
We couldn't find any Society members in the other area. The lime scale, the layers of dust. We also investigated the members' residences and weren't—
Oh.
They're gone? That could only mean...
Indeed. As long as he allowed Society members to mingle with others, even with... Meanwhile, this marvelous... So instead of being his real base, this is just... And only the most docile and well-trained...
But then...
Let me... Dugier must be holding all the rest of his members in another place. And if the overseer of my fortress guard has never alerted me, he must be in Dugier's pocket. I'm of the same mind.
Did that person flee here?
That's the most likely scenario to me. He's probably already caught wind of Dugier's death. Let's keep heading down. We should be on the right track. Let's go. We can...
Look! There's a fallen guard over there! I must see some society members too!
After them!
It's rising! Run!
Did Dugier send you?
Come on! It's time.
I will take your cooperation into consideration.
Mr. Dugier, he did. We were just about to
So, in other words, your headquarters should be this way?
Yes, it's just down this way. You'll make it.
Guards, take them away. Let's go. It's about time that we find...
There's so much space down here.
Yeah, these are all former work areas. There are usually guards on patrol here. Stay sharp. He's got a ton.
Stabilize!
Get a little chilly. Let's begin.
Hey, are you okay?
You're safe now.
Who knew that there'd be Gardamex here? Dushi!
And that would explain the strange decommission requests I received, as well as account for all the Garda. Seems like he's prepared.
Hey, what's this?
Seems like some kind of handbook. Ah, this should be the Society's. Members are not permitted to speak to each other, or 5 members shall form a group, and the whole group will be punished for anyone who reports a fellow member's misbehavior shall be. I see.
But that's just...
To obtain food and water, prisoners are forced to snitch on others, and to avoid punishment, they learn to stop talking with one another. This leaves the wounds they've already received to fester, however. And so resentment, finally, isolated and without hope, they accept their fate as Dushi. Do you remember what happened to Paimon? She's usually all for taste. No, your decision. The human heart is like a raft in a vast, and those who use fear to lead others astray must pay for that crime. If I'm not mistaken, the space ahead should be the central area of this place. But rather than confront Dujier, I think it's more important. You guys should wait here. We'll try to open the door and check out some others.
Open the door. Forget it, Pirates should... Whoa! It's turning! Is it because we touched this thing? The other side's open! Let's go.
Stay cool. Face your guilt. Way now.
Solidify! Propagate! Illusion shattered! Cascade!
Let's begin.
It's so high! We're not gonna have to climb all the way up, are we?
Activate the mechanism in front of us first, just like before. Let's see if that changes anything.
Ooh! The water level's gone way up! So that's how we'll make it to the top!
A moment, please. These should be the prison cells. Lots of empty cells in here.
Let's still rescue... Hey!
No. So close to me.
No, we're not gonna...
We won't be able to get through to her, right? I'd also guess there are many others here who are more or less like her.
The door's open. Maybe it's His Grace. I'll go take a look.
I leave this area to you.
Understood. And...
Let's go back. That mechanism from the first room. Don't forget to bring these.
This seems to be...
This is a surveillance terminal. I'm sure Dugier really enjoyed sitting here.
I must confess to being furious. Remember their names. And today you will see with your own eye. Go on, Avis. Pierce his skull with the thorn, and of course, you will do it one drop at a time. Let it do its magic again, and don't...
Thistle. I'm so...
Oh, shut your wretched mouths! My rules are the paramount law of this place. Only more pain will come to those who dare to disobey.
That's enough, Dugier. Your rabid screams have been beyond nauseating.
Is that...
Oh, Rise, must you still refuse to let me be? Did I not spell everything out for you already?
It would seem that you can't see the difference between sharing and look at your people.
You. Stop. Have you forgotten
Nobody in this place. What's so wrong about punishing those who deserve? And please, are you really gonna tell me that you care about their lives and well-being when you just need a supply of labor to keep this place?
Sadly, you're wrong on both counts. Unlike you, I've never seen them as current. The fortress is not only a place for confinement, but also just as people are free to give in to the darkness within their hearts, that they may have made mistakes, but they are, and most importantly, they should, but you're destroying their spirits with fear, taking their freedom away, and you say—
He's really mad.
You think me arrogant, Risley? Well, I think you're too young, and nobody actually sees this fortress as any kind of just a wonderful place. See it for what it is. No prisoner will— Had you been just one step slower, I would have— Your vision gives you strength. But how long—
On the way now. Have a safe trip. Be still. Gather. Let's begin. A moment, please. Stay cool. Face your guilt. If you think fear can control everything, well then, terrify me.
Don't high road me. You're just another crook. And it's time you got treated like one.
What's the matter? Too scared to shoot straight?
I'm warning you. Unauthorized punishment and torture are prohibited here. As the Duke, you should set an example.
Funny how that slipped my mind. Well, from this point on, you can forget about that rule. The rules of the fortress are there to keep the likes of you in check. But if the Duke wants somebody dead, he needs no justification. Understood? Sorry for taking so long.
No, not at all.
If you ask me, I'd say I actually feel very helpless. I could comfort and compensate them all I want, but I have to take responsibility for it. As does the fortress. Yeah, it's the least that we could do.
So, do you have a plan?
Oh, Dugier? For now, I think it's a very fitting punishment for him to have to imagine the sorts of— He'll be left in the dark with regards to both the dates and the details. Of course, that's not to say that I'll be letting him off scot. I'm going to talk to the members of the society. He'll get a chance to experience everything that he's ever inflicted on.
Paimon didn't—
Why do you think I'd do that? Anyway, jokes aside, how about this? I'll treat you to a meal in 2— Don't worry, it won't—
Oh!
Stabilize! Scatter! Solidify! Rise! Gather!
Shine down!
Cascade! Stabilize! Scatter!
There is no escape!
Be still! Solidify!
Propagate! Shine down!
Cascade!
Well, if it isn't my dear partners.
That voice! It's Navia!
I didn't expect to run into you guys here today. Are you headed somewhere?
How about you, Navia? Are you still busy rebuilding Poisson?
We've wrapped up most of the rebuilding, but there are still a few things left to take care of. Stocking up on materials, confirming construction timelines, discussing compensation terms with families affected by the disaster. Between all of that, I've been making a lot of trips between the court and Poisson. Well, though the victims have received relief payments from the court, in my opinion, as the administrators of Poisson, Spina di Rosula should take some responsibility as well. Our financial situation right now isn't the best, so all we've been doing is signing agreements for the damages to be repaid. Though just pieces of paper now, they demonstrate our commitment. They're not—
Whoa! Spoken like a true president! You're a really responsible leader. That must be taking up most of your—
Oh, you bet. So before I came over this time, I took a page from Melusa's book and decided to make a list of everything. And then, since Melus loved using shorthand, I decided to also follow. But after running a few errands in the city, I'm—
That does sound like you, all right.
Oh, wanna take a look?
Let Paimon see! This looks like a piece of kelp wrapped around a stick?
The first one has to do with confirming the final payment amount for the fishermen. Oh.
Okay, Paimon can definitely see how you might forget what each of these mean.
Thank you for your advice. These are the kinds of things you own. I thought that as long as I understood my shorthand when I came up with it, I'd be sure to remember the symbols when I—
Well, now you know for—
Anyway, I should have already taken care of most of the things on the list. There are still a few symbols that I can't decipher, but worst comes to worst.
Ah, so you're going to head back—
Yep, that's the plan. You said you don't have any plans.
It's a bit sad hadn't, but...
Then let's go.
Oh, you mean the aquabus, right?
Oh, sorry. I meant our own boat. The aquabus doesn't have a station near Poisson, so we'll use one of the Spina's boats. All right, follow me. The engineer is still doing a few routine...
So, Paimon has always wanted to ask. The 3 aquabus lines are all named after people in your family, right?
Yeah, that's right. Callus and Navia are self-explanatory, while Clementine was the name that my mother went by.
If you provided the Mora to build the lines, then why isn't there even a dedicated line to Poisson? Spina di Rosula built all the lines, yet you still have to...
Well, what I heard is that most of our businesses don't actually use Poisson as a hub. So, you are right that it is a bit strange, though.
Yeah, that's what Paimon's saying!
Well, it is what it is. You know what my father was like. Even I often struggled to figure out what was going on in his head. But that would only be the case if he cared about what others thought. My father was always, from what I've heard, the rights of all the other members of the Spina only went as far as giving him advice.
Huh. Well...
Yeah.
Boss, the boat's ready. We can head out.
All right. It'll be a while before we get to Poisson.
Navia, what was your mother like as a person? Oh, Paimon's sorry. She totally forgot that you mentioned before.
That's all right. I've heard many stories about her from the rest of the Spina. They've always said that they were sure we would have gotten along. While my papa was stiff like a board, my mother was supposedly super cheerful and funny. My father would run the businesses and expand our reach, while my mother would keep the peace and make sure that everyone was happy. Their work made sure that the Spina could grow and thrive.
Sounds like they were not just a well-matched couple, but fantastic business partners as well.
Yeah, but those are just stories and anecdotes after all. It's hard for me to piece together a more complete... But sometimes, I'd still look at the Clementine line and wonder, would the Spina and Poisson still be what they are today had my mother survived? Silver once said that a name is a kind of inscription, a way to etch a memory into the world. When given a name, a cold, inanimate object can gain a completely new meaning. So, I will always associate the line with her in my heart. Over the past few weeks, I've also begun to appreciate how water can take in and hold our most intense feelings and memories, as well as how one may reflect on their past by watching the sea. I've lost many beloved people and memories to the sea. Even though I cannot stop for them and must continue to keep moving, the fact won't change that they existed in my life and gave me the reason and motivation to move forward. Always. But no matter what, we can't change the past. But I tell myself that I need to keep looking towards the future. Everyone, even my parents, have already overcome so many obstacles. Besides, I'm the president of Spina di Rosula. I've got to keep my chin up. We've reached the shore. Let's go. I'll show you the new Poisson.
Navia, do you think she's doing all right? Okay, Paimon.
Boss, you're back! Traveler in Paimon, welcome back to Poisson.
Oh, hey! Fancy seeing you again, Florent. Is it your turn to take care of Navia now?
Hey, I can totally take care of myself. For the time being, I'll go around without any attendance. We did hand over some of Malus's old responsibilities to Florent, though. It's been really nice to have him around to help out.
Thank you for the compliment, boss. As you see, I've been working closely with the boss on rebuilding Poisson. Mr. Malus was an extremely capable and respected member of the Spina. I've got some really big shoes to fill.
All right. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone's practically old friends by now. Were you waiting here for me? Did we manage to make—
Yeah, we contacted a sculptor about the job, but they can't get started on
You're commissioning a statue?
So basically, we've been meaning to commission a statue of my parents in commemoration of everything they've done for the Spina and the town of Poisson. But since my father was known as callously unfaithful for the longest time, it would have been too controversial to commission us. But now that his name has been cleared, and the town is also being rebuilt, I thought—
The funds to build the statue were freely donated by the people of Poisson to show their appreciation for Miss Clementine and Mr. Callus.
Me? I'm just the newbie president that's running around and causing everyone trouble. Maybe we can have this conversation again in a few decades, once I've done more for the town and the people.
Hey, there's no need to be so humble.
I agree wholeheartedly. I also believe that Boss should have a place on the statue.
Hey, just kidding. There's no way that I'd accept that kind of— Anyway, Florent, now it's up to us to confirm the final design, right?
Mm-hmm. We can ask the sculptor to start looking for a good block, but we haven't had any real discussions yet on the possible designs. I feel like I should get a few promising designs first, and then send them over to you.
There's no need for all that. Hey, you! Come over here with me. Modeling a few poses. Didn't you say on the boat that Callus and Clementine sounded like great partners? Well, Florent.
You've got it, boss.
Well, what do you think? Got any ideas? Well, I've actually so I want to pick your brain for a bit and see if you can come up with some new and interesting ideas.
I'm all good here, boss. Feel free to start posing whenever.
Imposing, huh? Oh, I've got it. Let's try this.
This pose!
But isn't Clementine's pose a bit too— If we were to stick with this pose—
Well, tabloid—
Oh, Paimon was just—
You're right, though, that this may not accurately represent the image of her in our hearts. Let's try to come up with something else. A happy pose.
Would
we even be able to tell what they're—
Yeah, and that'd probably be—
Could one of you try striking a pose like— We tried a bunch of
By that, do you mean as if we were standing on a boat and looking out at the sea? Sure, let's give that a try.
Whoa, you really remind Paimon of a captain in there.
Look over there, my dear Clementine. As you can see, every tree on that—
but there's something off with the composition.
Oh, I see what you mean. Then let's swap.
Well, Paimon is a fan.
Wait, but we can't—
But then, since we're—
Oh, okay.
Oh, don't worry. We still got a lot of reference shots out of the session, and each of them can be considered to be a souvenir, and man, If I knew I was going to do a photo shoot with the Traveler... Oh, outfits! Ugh.
Oh, Paimon remembers her. She was the one that we met while investigating Mr. Callus's case, right?
Yes, that's exactly who I'm talking about. So, after I said that it's fine, but young children are not allowed to join the Spina. She will just have to wait a few years, and then we'll welcome... But how could I get her to believe that I got...
Don't worry, boss. I can send someone to...
On the matter of the statue, we should still come up...
We could have just done that from the start. Yep.
Navia! Florent, guess who's back?
Huh?
Oh, well, if it isn't Coulter. Back already from the fortress...
That's right. After I got out, I immediately made a beeline back to Poisson. You wouldn't believe how much I've missed Melissa's grilled fish.
It's good to have you back.
And...
let me introduce you. This is Coulter, another of Spina's, but looking at it now, it was probably...
Wait, Mr. Marcel. What?
Have you not heard anything at all about the...
Well, I know that Fontaine got flooded.
Oh, looks like we'll have... First things first, let me introduce you to these...
Oh, nice to meet you. I don't recall Navia ever generously complimenting anyone.
Yeah, we are indeed pretty amazing. But we've been cool since before we even met her.
Humble again as always.
Nice. Spina di... Oh, that reminds me.
Coulter, a lot of things happened while you were...
They lost their lives, keeping me safe during the flood.
What did you say? This isn't some kind of morbid welcome.
I'm sorry.
Malus and Melissa.
Malus and Coulter were friends for many years, and even served on many missions together during the early days.
All of this, it's unbelievable. I can't believe that those stories were real. It all really happened. Has the world gone...
I think you and I both feel the same way about...
I thought Mr. Marcel would always... It's
The good news is that the Confrérie of Cabriere is no more. Gone with them too is the entire synth man... We finally closed the...
Are you sure? But if Marcel...
Romu?
Not a name...
Florent should remember him. You see, there was once a major internal dispute regarding funding the construction of the Aquabus lines. Romeu was the leader of the faction that thought such a vast sum of mora would be but Mr. Callus believed that an opportunity to collaborate with the court of Fontaine and the Fontaine Research Institute was hard. Not only would the Aquabus be a good business investment, but the two couldn't come to an agreement. Romeu ended up taking a lot of people with him when he left Spino di Rosula altogether, and
and with Papa stubborn...
And of course, when he was suffering the slings and arrows...
Yeah, you could say...
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, he used to be a lot better with taking counsel. With him listening to our advice, and Ms. Clementine also frequently on our side. But on the matter of the Aquabus,
I never knew. But from my perspective, Romeu's position had a lot going for it.
I think the Aquabus was just the straw that broke the camel's back. They believed that Miss Clementine lost her ability to serve as an impartial mediator when she became pregnant with Callus's child.
So they thought... But that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but to them, even taking a side was betrayal enough. They felt like their... Of course, Ms. Clementine then passed away, and Mr. Callus began to regard the completion of the Aqua...
So that's what happened.
From that point on, Romeu and his people cut ties with the Spina. Perhaps they've regarded us as enemies ever since they left. But
I've also heard that they aren't in a good financial position, so they've been lying low.
Huh. I think Coulter's got a point. Both Marcel and Romeu had my father in their sights for a very... Even though Marcel's faction has been dissolved, we still don't know any... With how distracted and vulnerable...
Good thinking, boss.
Thank you for that, Florent. And Coulter.
Don't worry, it's nothing. I've heard so many incredulous...
In that case, why don't we go back to the court? I can pick up Adele's uniform. Want to come with me again, you two?
Of course.
Then let's go! Paimon feels like a lot's hinging on this visit. Are we not taking the boat this time?
It's nice to walk from time to time, isn't it? Think of it as something like a hiking trip. Once we're there, we can stay a few days before we return.
Sounds good. I haven't walked this road in a long time.
Well, we've walked far enough for now. Let's take... Since we're out for a walk.
I've grown old, so...
Well, Paimon thinks you're doing great.
Back in the days before the aquabus lines were built, we often had to hike north with our goods, then catch a boat to the court. Malus and I must have traveled this way hundreds of times. When we were tired, we would lay down for a while. The Spina was still on the rise back then. Mr. Callus was generous, and everyone had the chance to strike it rich. And now, in the blink of an eye, the aquabus lines have been built, and this road has fallen into disuse. Oh, I know.
Then let's stay...
Oh, is this...
wait. Let me check if I have all the ingredients. Okay, seems like we're all out of flour and sugar. Oh,
we should contribute to making...
Oh, that's great.
Then I'll go look for some...
Great. How did it go? You've all done your part.
Whoa, these macarons look and taste magnificent! Your cooking is as good as ever, Navia.
Boss's baking skills have always been famous. Everyone in the Spina knows.
Oh.
Have you two seriously never considered joining us? You're so close to the boss, and she obviously trusts you with all her heart, so... I see.
You just happened to walk in on our little... Adventurers never stay in one place for... Besides, after everything we've been through together, I'm sure our hearts would remain intertwined even if we found ourselves on opposite sides of the world.
Even if Paimon was far beyond the horizon, she'd still remember the delicious taste of...
I understand now. Then I am very lucky indeed to have been graced with the chance to meet the two of you. I will endeavor to make the most of this short yet fortuitous encounter. And
We've got no wine with us, but let's still toast with water in celebration of this moment.
Cheers! Hey, what are you doing?
May your travels go smoothly. May the Spina continue to grow. And may our friendship last until the end of time. All set? Let's move out then. I asked some old acquaintances in town to make Adele's uniform, so we should be able to pick it up right away. Hey there, Ludovine. How's business lately?
The Demoiselle of Spina de Rosula. I must say, your generous patronage is the one thing keeping me from going bankrupt.
Nonsense. We all know what a talented business...
My mistake, my mistake. Are you here for the
Yep.
I didn't expect...
Navia's always liked to take even small...
Hey, that's not the only reason I'm here. There are few things more uplifting than taking...
Boss has got a point. Go.
Very well. Please, wait here while I...
Can someone remind Paimon again why Adele wants to join the Spina?
She hasn't given me any concrete. After we cleared her father's name, she became a lot more cheerful and outgoing. It's probably because she now knows... She said she used to be terrified of Papa. So, as a result, she found all the rest of the Spina soup, but the Spina is very different now. She mustered up the courage to talk to me, and felt like I could really understand her. Yeah, you could say that. By uncovering the truth about the cake, she said that she wanted to become someone like me. Someone who could lend a hand to others, instead of standing still.
From the sound of it, she'll be a wonderful addition to the Spina.
I think so too. But for now, let's focus on giving her a great atmosphere to grow and thrive. She can commit to us once she's older, and can really make that decision for herself.
Is something up, Traveler? Huh? Tailing? Oh, Paimon's coming.
I'll go check it out too. Coulter, please hold on to this for me.
All right.
Paimon saw them too! They headed up!
Stop right there!
No more free coffee for me.
We knew you were going to be difficult!
Seems like if we want them to talk...
Brothers?
Hiya! Yeah! This one's got your name on it! Yeah! Feeling lucky? Feeling lucky? Now, talk.
Don't think we'll let you off easy if you keep silent.
How did it go, boss? Are any...
If you thought they stood anyway.
We were discovered. And
get revenge?
You actually know that name? But if you do, then surely you should understand why we hate you so much!
Indeed. You haven't got the thing...
We were out drinking when we saw Navia. Too bad you guys messed up ours first. Huh? You're pretty sharp. But so what? Seeing you like that just...
Listen. I am the current president of Spina di Rosul. I won't press charges for...
I understand. Thank you.
But if you so much as think...
All right. We get it.
Are you sure it's okay?
I don't want to inherit my father's grudges, too. If the other side is willing to talk...
I support Boss's decision as well. The concept of an eye for an eye is a primitive practice.
Yes. Plus, we already know that they're strapped for cash. If their financial situation is that dire, they don't have what it takes to... I still think we should keep an eye out for Romeo's folks, though. Then we could still have...
Yeah, those guys
I'd rather things not go that far, since, though we haven't talked to each other for years, once upon a time...
Yep, that's how I feel as well. It's getting late. I'll also ask someone to write
Do we have to stay in the Fluvsonda again?
Sorry, we can still go out in the evening.
Huh. Coming back here really does feel like this. If you think about it, it would be kind of weird if the Spina's base at the court was some super
Totally. Although, of course, with the continued growth of the Spina, Papa wanted Poisson to eventually grow, and he was a very ambitious man who rarely looked behind or beneath him.
And that's also why people hated him just...
All right. Why don't you go? You can use the same room as last time.
Yep.
Oh, did I just hear someone taking a dig?
Oh, Paimon!
I really need those parts. It's taking him so long.
Hello? Are you asleep yet? Oh, no, not at all. Wanna go fishing?
Oh, so that's the prep you were talking...
Hopefully I didn't wake you or anything. Don't worry. You don't have to do any just think of it as keeping me... Okay, let's go.
Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it.
Fishing when you're using a fully automatic rod!
Mm-hmm. What's the problem? Lots of people in Poisson use rods like these.
But shouldn't fishing be all about, attentively watching the float and then excitedly reeling in the catch when you finally hook something?
Well, that's one way to enjoy fishing. What do you think, Traveler? Then, let's try regular.
Honestly, Paimon's mainly shocked at how much energy you still have at this hour.
Huh. It might just be something...
That's a thing?
I'm sure you'd get even sleepier if I delved more deeply into it. Anyway, I was just thinking about how grateful... My father always had a lot of unrealistic expectations for me. But the more that he tried to get me to become like... My mother never had those kinds of expectations, though. I've heard that she had only one wish for me. All the members of the Spina greatly respected her wish, so no matter what I did as a child, they were happy to humor me. Can you imagine? Whenever my father wanted to scold me for something I'd done, everyone would form up into 2 rows and just stand silently and listen to him rant. No matter what Papa yelled, nobody...
Paimon would have never guessed.
Yeah. Looking back on it now as an adult, I can hardly believe how patient... When I was young, I often thought that I could do what once... I saw Malus come back wounded. He wouldn't tell me how he'd been injured, but I learned then that there's always a cost to making a mistake. The more you care about those around you, the more you should care about doing the right thing. Because if you do falter, there'll inevitably come a time when you'll have to face the consequences. And when that time comes, those most precious to you really will throw themselves in front of you. And pay the... Sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up. I wasn't planning to talk about sad things tonight. Basically, I was just saying that the nurturing atmosphere of the Spina must have been my mother's legacy, rather than my father's. And if that's the only way that I can continue to feel her love...
Is that why you let those guys go today?
Mm-hmm. Although... Hey, look! I think you've got something on the line!
But why isn't there wrong?
Oh, there must be something wrong with... We can't let it get away. Come on, you two!
You want Paimon to help too?
Stop wasting time! The boss ain't gonna wait all day. We'll go ahead with the operation tomorrow.
Well, your rod was missing a part.
Well, if we're just talking about the number of missing parts...
All right. So how was last night?
Paimon dreamt that she danced with...
Huh.
I didn't...
See? This could...
Anyway.
Paimon hopes she'll...
I hope so. Adele, we're back! We brought you a gift from the court, too.
Whoa! Thank you so much!
Don't call her boss, okay, Adele? Just...
Oh, it's all right. I don't mind.
It's been a while!
Oh, it's you two. It has been a while indeed. Thank you so much for your help on Jacques' case. I've heard that you also helped save all of...
You're really amazing! And if Miss Navi is your friend, then she... What's in this?
Of course.
Oh, it's...
Well, it's a gift for future you. But it's the Spina's responsibility to protect everyone as well. Being a member means becoming so I turned you down then by telling you that you'll have to wait until you're older.
Oh, so that's it!
But you can't really grow up faster by working hard. You've got to be patient.
Everyone, I'm really grateful that thanks to the protection of the Spina, even though her father's no longer—
Oh, it's the least we could do. As long as you live in Poisson, even if you're not—
Boss!
Huh? Is something up, Florent?
I've got something urgent to report. Romeu and his folks have gathered outside Poisson and even shipped in a
What?
It seems like they've been planning this for some— but Romeu and his folks must have gotten wind as well. Because they abandoned their former posts before we investigated their tracks and—
They have smartened up since we caught them.
Seems like they've got no interest in sitting down and talking at all.
Sorry,
On the hill to the east of Poisson, near the Clementine line.
They want to blow up the Clementine line?
Certainly sounds like it.
Romeu and his followers hate the Spina. If they manage to blow up the Aquabus line—
Are they insane? There's tons—
Yeah. If they've been planning this, we have to issue an evacuation order to the town.
Let's get everyone onto our—
My dear partner, can I leave? If the explosives do go off, not only would the people of Poisson be in danger, let's stop their insanity first. Then settle the score with them.
Leave it to us!
Let's go, you two. We've got to act fast. Miss Coralie, please take Adele to the ship.
Watch out, boss! What do you think you're doing, Coulter?
I thought all the annoying little hindrances had left, but I still—
You mean—
Not quite. Though I share their— And that's because, out of the entire
You better stick close to me.
Romeu promised me that he would leave Poisson alone if I could just take you out. But it was like you were glued at the hip to that pesky trap. Romeu has lost his patience. I didn't have to be here today, you know. But I swore that I'd kill you.
Why?
Only someone as clueless about the— You never saw the heyday of Spina di Rosula. But I saw it all with my own eyes. And then And it was all because Clementine died because—
So the shock and grief you showed us before—
Now you're catching on. Did you know? Down there in that blasted fortress, back then because of that aquabus, we had a huge fallout. I was convinced that all he cared about was loyalty. The years passed by in a blur after that. I thought I had but then he died. And it was because of you again, Navia. It's always because of you. I once loved the Spina.
Don't listen to him, boss!
Have you ever considered that? Have you ever considered that maybe you only get respect because you're— Have you ever considered that maybe people don't stay in Poisson because of you?
Because if you do falter, there'll inevitably come a time when you'll have to face the consequences. Yeah, but is that
Shut your mouth! I don't know how to—
I'm sure, Mr. Malus, you've somehow managed to—
Get out of the way, Florent!
You're gonna have to, boss! There's—
Maybe you think you're being the realist, but the love that I felt, and even now—
Umbrella warfare, I guess! Yeah! Feeling lucky? Attack! That's the way. Umbrella warfare, I guess. Feeling lucky?
Laurent, I'll leave the town. If you find any of Colt, I can't allow my partner to—
Got it, boss. I'm on it. Are you okay, Navia?
I don't know.
planted the explosives next to...
Illusion shattered!
Stabilize!
There is no escape!
Escape!
We certainly brought a lot of muscle. They're really slowing us down. But if we're meeting resistance, we must be heading in the right direction.
Gather! Propagate!
These must be the explosives, right? And this is the control mechanism. How come Paimon's too scared to touch any of this stuff? Huh? There's a strangely shaped hole here. What is it for? Oh, that certainly sounds possible. Okay, you take this side, Paimon will take the... Oh, you found it! That's amazing! That should do it, right? Navi and Florent should be able to relax. Oh, you're right. They're gonna bury Poisson!
Great work, partner. Just leave the rest to me.
Watch out, Navia! You can't block them all!
Block? I'm doing this the Spina way.
I heard from Chiori that even they're your enemies now. They were once a part of Spina di...
I have nothing more. Regardless of whether their hatred and anger towards me, please prosecute them in accordance to the law.
Sounds good. We're very appreciative of your help. Without it, all right, this operation is a wrap. Take it.
We won, Navia! We saved everyone!
Yeah. Luckily, we were just in... It's probably because I...
But you usually glow up whenever...
Boss, we managed to catch all the infiltrators in the town. Seems like Romeu really went all in on this mission. If he sent...
Got it. Coulter, I can understand how you feel. I am not callous. And I will also... But I will not change how I feel about our... I will spend more of what the Spina earns on the betterment of Poisson, so that one day...
I know what you're trying to say. Mr. Callus, there are too many things in life that are just beyond our control.
Henceforth, you are... But once you're discharged from the fortress again, you're welcome to pay another visit to Poisson.
Thank you. No.
As I thought.
She is also... Thank you for protecting the Clementine. I was actually really scared, you know. If I'd lost the Clementine line, a name is a way to etch a memory onto the world. Losing the line that bears her name, that I can see seeing it still stand.
What happened while we were gone?
Just give her some time.
Traveler, I want to ask you something. And please, tell me the truth. Do you really see me as your partner?
Of course.
That's good then. Hearing that, it brings me more relief than I can say.
How do you feel, Navia? And...
I feel quite a bit better. But I should Sorry, partner. I said some weird things earlier. I used to think Coulter mentioned my parents. Do you think... they ever...
Don't think like that, Navia. No matter what others think.
Well, since it's ended up like this, there's something that I've been keeping...
Florent, I hope you can understand.
Don't worry.
Why is everyone gathered here? And what's... this?
This was supposed to be a gift to you from everyone in the town. We were originally planning to, but special time. Well, if you're ready, I'll unveil...
Papa, Mother.
We designed the look for Miss Clementine based on old camera records.
Wow!
It is indeed. To be honest, we only asked Boss to decide on a design, so
How could we only have statues?
Even though Boss is still...
We wanted to commemorate her contributions with a statue as well.
I don't know what's been...
With Navia around...
We are gathered here today that we support you and...
That's what we believe as well!
Thank you so much. This really is quite this. I never thought that I'd have the chance to stand next to my mother.
It seems like I started to question myself a bit too much. I'll pick myself up again and become a more reliable president for all of you. Looking back on it, I'm honestly embarrassed by how I acted earlier. I'm sure everyone longs for that one thing in life that seems trivial to others, but they themselves can never obtain. To me, that would be I've never thought... It seems like looking back on it, whoa. Why'd you have to remind... Oh, forget it now. Okay, but please... It seems like looking back on it, You know, I've thought about it before.
Though my mother only wanted me to live a happy life, that's actually a tall order as well. Even though my parents had very different the Aquabus project was a monumental project that stood to benefit all of Fontaine. It would have been a little close-minded to assess or evaluate. I think that's probably...
The threads of your fate lie. What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain?
Sure.
Ah, you're here.
Paimon never forgets about meals. Even if the traveler forgets, Paimon will remind him for sure. That's not what Paimon meant at all. Risley, you got one.
I'm a little confused, actually.
Hey, not you too.
Jokes aside, I've got some good news. After taking a look, the doctors have let me know that it shouldn't be too difficult to extract the thorns, which means that everyone should be able to recover after a period of rest. As for their mental recoveries, most are making good progress as well. We've added a few who were more severely affected to a special observation list.
You sure got everything taken.
I try my best. After all, it's my duty to take care of everything that happens within my territory. Please, go ahead. Ah, that's a bit of a long story. I once had a similar experience. It had to do with the host family. I was an orphan, adopted by a couple with a great deal of love in their hearts. I had many siblings, and we all adored each other. Once we were older, Mom and Dad would turn us over to be individually adopted by families of greater means. They were perfect parents.
And then?
And then, I found out we were merely raised as livestock. Once all children that were sold would leave the house, and nobody would know what became of them. Did you know I once considered myself an extremely lucky? I was also not the first to find out about the truth. All those who found out before me were simply added to the disposal pile. I could never shake the feeling of irony every time I juxtaposed their tragic ends against our parents' adoring. Yes, like the society, my parents created a facade of joy, lied to satiate their desires, and even employed incredibly cruel. They did all of that, but I did. So in the end, I killed them. My methods were extreme, but I was still a teenager at the time. I'd been betrayed by those. My doubt and helpless anger pushed me forward until I got what I deserved. It's all right. You don't have to tell me what you think. I've already committed to this. The least I can do is to make sure that the same tragedy will not happen again in my new home.
Sorry to disturb you, everyone.
Oh, it's a vis and facade.
It was all because you arrived in...
We came here on impulse today.
Please, go on right ahead.
It's I'd like to be wedded to Avis here at the fortress.
You're getting married?
Yeah, we met each other through this, but even during our time there, we never doubted each other. We always believed Chiori was manipulating us, and after this incident, we've come to believe that we've found...
You could say we managed to make the best out of a bad situation, but we're still both prisoners. And we also aren't sure if the so we are just wondering.
You're right in that the fortress has never hosted, but that's no reason to say no, is it? I'll help you make the...
We are actually also planning to stay here after the conclusion of our sentences.
Yeah, we've already made tons of... And we have full confidence in the fort...
Your trust is the highest form of...
Hey, loosen up a bit!
Yeah, I'll always take a genuine...
Adventuring underground is way more fun than I thought.
Is this really okay?
I told you I could do it using the leftover funds from the original deposit. Don't tell me you're afraid that I cheaped out on the dress.
No, not at all. I have only the fullest faith in your work, Miss Chiori. I'm just in shock, that's all. It's always been my dream to wear a Chiori boutique dress for my wedding. I really thought the chance had passed me by.
Wait, isn't that Chiori? She's actually at her shop today? Oh, you've got a point.
I'm a woman of my word. If I say I can do something, then it'll be done. The first rule of business is to always keep your promises. Now, remember to not fold the gown, or store it under direct sunlight. I'd recommend taking it out on the day of the wedding. But from the look on your face, I can tell that may be a little difficult.
Oh, I'll try my best. Once he sees me in this, his jaw is gonna drop straight to the floor.
Chiori, you're actually at your shop today!
Is that really so shocking? It is mine, after all. Anything you're looking for today? A custom design, or perhaps some ready-to-wear outfits for kids?
Hey, Paimon's not a kid!
Oh, that. Well, if news of the event has reached your ears, I suppose the Fontaine Apparel Association's advertising efforts have paid off.
Are there any fun and popular activities that we can take part in?
Fashion Week isn't what I'd call fun, but it certainly always attracts a crowd. It's a fashion extravaganza that only takes place once a year, after all.
Will you be showing off some of your designs too?
Of course. All designers at the Court of Fontaine use the week to advertise their brand. If you're lucky, you could even land a large amount of orders as soon as the main show ends. Come to think of it, it was also at a previous fashion week that our label first took off.
Aren't you pretty much an established name now? People will still buy your clothes even if you don't participate this year, right?
Yeah, that's not quite how it works. While many people buy clothes for fit and style, the fashion industry also strongly values a label's artistic vision and creative direction. Why would anyone patronize a label that hasn't even bothered to put out any new designs for the year? In the end, fashion is just a representation of the spirit of the times. People support your brand because they support the vision it represents.
Huh. Okay. Okay, so maybe fashion's more complicated than Paimon thought. All that complicated stuff aside, you're saying we'll be able to see new Chiori designs at the show?
Absolutely. The designs have already been finalized. I'm just waiting for the fabrics to arrive.
Ooh, are you using materials you can't get in Fontaine?
Well, I still have a certain partiality to Inazuma-made fabrics. The textures are pleasant to the touch, and their familiarity gives me a sense of security.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's that feeling of home.
Ugh, something like that. Yes.
We're a long way from Inazuma, though. Aren't you concerned that your shipment might get lost or stolen along the way?
No need to worry. I've already taken steps to ensure that it'll arrive safely. I've entrusted the job to Komani Express's most reliable courier.
Excuse me! Coming through! Coming through! Chiori, your shipment's here. I know it's quite late, so I'm really sorry.
Deep breaths, Kirara, then start again.
Oh, so Kirara's the courier you were talking about.
Oh, hey, Traveler and Paimon. Fancy seeing you here in Fontaine. It's been a while. Wait a second. This is the second time that you've seen me flub a delivery job now, isn't it? Oh, you somehow always happen to catch me off my game, huh?
So, what was the holdup? Sailing delays, bad weather?
Huh? No, nothing like that. I just ran into a bit of trouble, that's all.
Bandits, then? Or treasure hoarders? A few run-ins on the road aren't usually enough to give you any trouble.
Well, I didn't run into anyone exactly. I just got a little lost.
Keeping you honest as always, I see.
Alright. I was stopped by a group of bandits as soon as I entered Fontaine. They were a little different from the ones I usually run into. I could hear them mumbling about Komani Express. It was obvious they were looking for someone with two tails.
So it was a targeted hit?
I got the sense that they were actually targeting Chiori's goods.
My fabric shipment?
Yeah, they said that I could go as long as I left the goods with them. Otherwise, they'd stuff me into my delivery box and toss me into the sea to drown.
Oh, are you okay, Kirara?
Oh, I'm good. I'm still a yokai after all. I turned them over to the guards.
Well, it's not completely out of the ordinary for one of your deliveries to get intercepted. But it still doesn't make sense how you knew it was my goods they were after. Is there something else that you're keeping?
Huh?
Perhaps I need to reconsider.
So, I kinda wanted to know why anyone would order a hit on me. One of the bandits had a loose tongue, which saved me some time. He said that a certain person had commissioned them to intercept Chiori Boutique's delivery.
And who might this person be?
Chiori, why don't we just...
I appreciate your kindness, Q. Anyone that dares to mess with one of my friends.
Alright. The guy said that the commissioner was someone by the name of Uter.
Uter? No, that name rings...
Well, that's exactly why
So you both know this
through Chiori's complaints about him, sure. He's a fellow fashion designer who's made it his goal in life.
So he...
A rival is what you call someone who... Uter, however, just has it out for me as a designer. He's publicly disparaged my design choices, my use of materials. I've already warned him before to compete with me fair and square.
Wait, Chiori, where are you going?
To teach someone a lesson. You must be tired after your long journey. Why don't you rest in my shop for a little while before heading back?
Chiori!
And she's gone.
Oh no.
You seem concerned.
Well, she's always been the type of person to face things head on. But Traveler, Paimon...
Yeah, we'll take...
to be honest...
chance you're on the clock, officer?
Nothing good. Oh? And I see the Traveler and Paimon are here too.
Chevraz, we meet again.
Well, things have been fine on my end. We were able to bring in a large... I suppose the trade-off is that I'm now constantly getting stopped for autographs while out on patrol. Not ideal, if you ask me.
Well, you...
So, indeed it did. I only ever hear that phrase from you.
Well, are you coming?
Not before I know what you're...
Have I ever made a bad call?
The better question is, have you ever made one that didn't violate proper procedure?
Okay. A man hired a group of bandits to mug my friend. I'm about to go teach him a lesson.
Are you sure this is something you should be telling the captain of the Special Patrol? It's getting hard to tell whether you're here to report a...
Neither. I'm requesting personal supervision from said...
Are you planning?
Not if I can help it.
All right.
Follow me.
Just promise you'll start trying to keep yourself out of trouble.
Well, when trouble stops coming my way, I'll be sure to get on that. This should be the place. You all wait here. I'll go have a chat with him.
You know, Chevraz, Paimon gets the sense that...
It's just as Chiori said. We got to know each other pretty well in our lines of work. You could call it a you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours sort of situation.
Does Chiori often need your help?
I'd say it's mutual. The Special Patrol needs her help quite often as well. We've got tough problems of our own. Getting people to talk, for example. The uniform, the musket, they're intimidating. Most people clam up the minute they see us. Lips sealed so tight, getting them to talk almost feels like trying to break into the fortress of Meripede. But put them in a clothing boutique, and they suddenly start gushing faster than the waters at the Fountain of Lucine.
Oh, is it because they're trying to show off or something?
Yep. People are vain creatures. They can't help but want to talk up new developments in their lives or show off how much they know about other people. And nothing brings out that sort of vanity quite like fashion. As a result, Chiori often picks up on all kinds of information in her shop. Most of her customers are members of the upper class, which means they're pretty much up to the gills in wealth and intel.
You scratch my back and I'll scratch...
Exactly. I'm also here to ensure Chiori, and in some very rare cases, I'm... So, who got on her case this...
Oh, so this is...
Huh?
You've heard of him?
Yep. He's made trouble for Chiori several times already. He's fond of pretty much every dirty trick in the book. I heard that even the Maison Gardiennage issued him, so he's back at it, huh?
Whoa, what's this?
I just meant that Uter's done for. Now bring it in, you two. Because this is probably going to turn into...
What are you doing? Stay away from me!
Has anyone ever taught you the definition of stupidity?
Huh?
Stupidity is doing the same meaningless thing over and over again. It appears you've forgotten what I told you before. So, allow me to refresh your memory. Lay off the dirty tricks. Oh, and if you dare lay your hands on my friend again, you can expect a far less pleasant landing next time.
Ahem. Chiori?
Officer, an assault's in progress! Please, officer, you've got to do something!
Of course. I'll do my utmost to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, I was chatting with this traveler and seemed to have missed what happened. Not to worry, though. If you'd allow me to search the scene, I'm sure I'll be able to collect some useful evidence. You don't mind, do you? There's nothing in there that would implicate you in any illegal activity, I would hope.
Forget it. It wasn't that big of a...
Ms. Chiori, I must also ask you to refrain from
Apologies, officer.
You...
Is there anything else either of you have to...
That's all from me.
We'll see about that.
Whoa, that scared the heck out of Paimon! How did he just go flying out like that?
You're too kind.
Now's not the time to be accepting compliments. What happened to not doing anything too out of line?
Oh, not if I could help it, is what I said. And I think I kept to that. I started with a verbal warning, but he displayed neither shame nor remorse. If anything, he kept running his mouth with insults and threats.
Insults and threats so bad that he deserved to be tossed out like a sack of trash?
Believe it or not, they were that bad. He deserved to get knocked down a peg. It's the only way to get him to stop.
You could have reported him to the guards.
Oh, I will. But it'll take some time for them to gather evidence. And he denied that he ever had anything to do with those bandits. I don't want anything else to happen during Fontaine Fashion Week. On top of that, if Kirara is going to continue delivering goods for me, the least I can do is guarantee her safety. Oh, that reminds me.
What a shame.
Have I? Well, it's a good thing I was planning on taking an advance on tomorrow's quota then.
Don't you think you're maxed out on advances already?
I always pay you back in information. It's just like you said. You scratch my back, and I scratch yours. We're back.
You were gone for an awfully long time. Oh, please tell me nothing bad happened.
There's nothing to worry about. All you need to know is that you'll never have to worry about someone in Fontaine messing with your deliveries again.
Sorry, Chiori. I didn't mean to cause you so much trouble.
What are you talking about? You didn't do anything wrong. Those greedy bandits are to blame, along with a certain someone who doesn't know when to lay off the petty tricks. The next time you need to leave the city, call the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. They'll escort you half of the way, and the Spina di Rusula can take the second half. With that sort of escort, the next time you make a delivery, those treasure hoarders won't go anywhere. I'm being serious.
Wait, you don't mean—
I've already spoken to the captain of the Special Patrol. As discussed, the patrol's going to take a small detour during their daily training tomorrow.
There's really no need—
Well, you certainly shouldn't count on such a procession for every trip you make to Fontaine. It'll also show those guys what'll happen to those who dare to mess with my friends. Yes, well put.
Well, if you think it's—
Well, with the bad guys out of the way and your goods safely delivered, everything
I believe so. I'll try to churn out a few more outfits over the next few days.
Paimon's gonna take a guess and save supply.
But of course. They supply us designers with funding, equipment, factory access. You have to work with them if you want to become a truly renowned fashion house. That's also why this year's Fashion Week is so—
But isn't your brand already really famous, Chiori? Your clothes are so pretty and so nice to wear. I can't help but brag about them to my customers whenever I get the chance.
Even so, I would imagine there are still people who've never heard of—
Well— I mean, with the amount of places that I deliver—
Then it's still not famous enough. My goal—
All of it?
Wait, would that mean I could just go to any Chiori branch on the continent to get my clothes fixed? It has been pretty inconvenient having to come to Fontaine every time—
Alternatively, of course, you could just be a bit more careful with them.
Okay, I'll admit, they do get snagged on branches pretty often. But I can't help it. It's hard to be careful about that sort of thing when—
Well, if that's your dream, Chiori, then we should do our best to make it a reality.
Why don't you come to my shop tomorrow and model for me? Simply put,
Oh, so we get to...
seeing them off the road.
Sounds easy enough.
Most of the clothes you see during Fashion Week are meant to showcase the designers, if you like them though. Feel free to visit the boutique and see if I...
Ooh, sounds great! Paimon was just starting...
Then we have a deal.
Yep, sounds good. Wait, Kids Club?
My husband promised to get me a replica of the most eye-catching outfit.
Chiori, we're here!
You're here early. I haven't even opened the shop yet.
Wait, has Kirara left?
Yep, with the special patrol. Bright and early.
Did everything go all right on the road?
I believe so. The patrol makes for quite the entourage. The way they marched forward with Kirara in the center, you'd think she was some sort of VIP. For the second leg, the Spina also came with a pretty large group, led by Navia herself. They took care to clear the path beforehand as well. Kirara won't so much as step on a single stray rock on her journey. I even heard that Navia decided out of the blue to make a batch of macarons as a going-away gift for Kirara. An excellent souvenir to remember Fontaine by, I'd say.
Sounds like Navia really got into it.
My thoughts exactly. She even lamented the fact that she didn't have time to prepare something even fancier. I'm pretty sure she can't wait for another escort opportunity to come her way.
You know, now that you mention Navia, Paimon thinks the two of you are actually pretty similar. You say what you mean, and when you have an idea, you really hit the ground running.
I suppose that's why we're such good friends. Navia has a certain resilience about her. It's part of who she is. No matter what comes her way, she never bows down in the face of adversity. That sort of determination and courage is something I really admire. That same spirit is the true vision of my brand. When she first mentioned commissioning an outfit from my boutique, well, I'm sure you can imagine my excitement.
It's like finding the perfect brand ambassador, huh?
Indeed. Customers pay attention not just to the clothes, but also to the figures in society who wear said clothes. People like to copy the styles of those they look up to.
Huh. And here Paimon thought all that mattered was for the clothes to look cute.
Fashion is about more than just looks, my dear. Especially if you've got your sights set on a market the size of Teyvat. Well, would you look at the time?
Oh yeah! Come on, let's get down to business! We're here to model!
Indeed. Give me a moment while I go retrieve some fabrics and sample outfits. Why don't you help me set up the shop displays in the meantime?
Set them up? How exactly?
Just carefully organize the ready-to-wear clothes with an eye toward their types and styles.
Whoa, there sure is—
Well then, I'll leave the displays to you.
So, we just need to put all the clothes with similar styles together, right?
Not bad. You might just have an eye for design. Anyway, over here, stand still. I'll take your measurements first.
Excuse me, Miss Chiori.
Oh, good morning, Leanne. How have you been recently?
Not too bad.
Your gown will be ready next week, so there's no need to worry about missing the ball. Or did you come here today because you'd like to make a new request, perhaps?
Oh, no. Nothing like that, Miss Chiori. To be honest, I came here today to cancel my order for that gown. But you can keep the deposit, of course.
Don't worry about the materials. It's alright. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you.
Thank you. I'm really sorry.
Don't worry about it. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Is it just Paimon, or was she acting a bit strange just now? Wonder why she wouldn't tell us why she was canceling her order.
It's not a big deal. These things happen every once in a while. A family emergency, an important payday falling through, a lover's quarrel, no one to take you to the ball. Judging from the look on her face, something's
Well, guess this means you'll have—
That's true.
Is Miss Chiori in?
I am. How can I help you?
I'd like to return.
Oh.
It's just, not to my liking.
Is there something about it that didn't meet your expectations?
No need. You don't—
And I'd be—
Is Chiori here?
Another—
Is there some— Surely the entire
What kind of rags are you trying to sell us, huh?
Please calm down. What?
Haven't you heard? Chiori, a boutique, has been
And just who is it?
Well, you tell us. The fabrics—
I've been transparent about my— If a little hearsay and baseless slander are enough to convince you, then by all means—
You—
Elof!
Miss Chiori?
Go outside and help these customers with their return requests. There's— And once you're done, put up the sign—
Got it.
Chiori.
They couldn't be more fabricated if you tried. No need. The real goal here is to divert my attention.
If you say so.
The best way to respond to public skepticism is to let your work speak for itself. There will be no doubt about the quality of my work once my—
Miss Chiori, bad news!
Oh, for the love of—
It's our accessories supplier. They just sent word that they'll—
What? Nope.
Yes, that's what—
And what about the model?
I think—
Even the supply?
Is the messenger still here?
No, they've already—
So, no accessories.
Not just that.
But—
Elof, you stay and watch the shop.
Yeah, and we can—
Thank you. In that case—
By the way, we really are just going to talk, right?
Of course. I wouldn't do anything to one of my business partners, especially when a reasonable conversation should suffice.
Who is it?
Venger, we've worked together all these years.
Straightforward as always,
And when has following convention ever gotten me anywhere? What? I don't like to waste my time on baseless lies and speculation.
You're right. I only subscribe to this.
So, these...
No, not at all.
Well then, there you go. Those sort of headlines become old news faster than you can read them.
You would think that someone paid off the tabloids to publish the same article at once. They...
Every house?
It seems your rival really pulled out all the stops this time.
What sort?
A photo.
Yesterday?
Here, I've got a copy. See for yourselves.
means the true Chiori boutique relying on its close ties to the criminal underworld, the Chiori brand employs...
I don't know what happened, and I don't want to comment on things that I didn't see with my own eyes. Still, that photo shows you to be the clear.
Yeah, he was the...
I appreciate you standing up for me, Paimon.
That's right. The court of public opinion has already made up its mind. Still, I've got to give your rival high marks for effort.
But that was so long.
In the world of fashion, your past is like a piece of clothing stained with mud. They claim that most of your clientele are criminals and that...
The absurdity.
Well, maybe your clientele are criminals. Maybe they're not. But with the way this article combines fact with rumor, trying to determine the truth is practically an exercise of futility. It's not something people are just going to forget about in a day or two. Especially when they've found several...
Venger.
But I'm no longer that brave young man I'd be perfectly happy to work with you again after this. But my daughter is manning the store during Fashion Week, and I don't want her implicated in all of this.
Let
me offer you a piece of advice, Chiori. For old time's sake.
You're free to wait things out, Venger.
Have you ever thought maybe that attitude...
Have you ever thought maybe this attitude of mine is precise...
fair enough. Then, I suppose all there's left to say...
Understood.
So,
Without the accessories... Public opinion has never been about what's true and what's not. I should have seen it from the beginning.
well, guess all we can do is just head back for now.
Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte, what are you doing here?
Looking for you, of course. Did you see those fashion tabloids this morning?
You mean that sorry excuse for it?
You too, huh? Whoever wrote that article must have known the Steambird would never print something so defamatory. Miss Chiori doesn't deserve to suffer all this baseless slander.
That's great!
It's my pleasure. I've met Miss Chiori several... She was the one who made the hat and tie for my camera, Monsieur Verite. Speaking of Miss Chiori, do you...
She was just...
If you ask me, I think Chiori Boutique is done for.
I mean, what did they expect? Engaging with criminals behind their customers.
They kept up a solid front, though. I've even bought from them before.
Really? How was it?
The owner was plenty fierce, that's for sure. Makes sense if she regularly deals with criminals, I guess. I've got the chills just
Oh no, we've lost... Did you hear what all those people...
Miss Chiori doesn't often appear in public or give a lot of interviews, so the general public... It's also true that her way of dealing with things can be a little... extreme sometimes. It's easy to use that to mislead people who don't know anything else about her.
Oh, this is all Tear's fault! Wait a second.
That would only make the situation worse for...
You've got a point. We're back! Oh, who's this?
This is Miss Letitia.
Oh, you were the one who came to
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just here to...
So you've come across that article as well.
Yeah, you probably don't know this, but after I got engaged, I didn't think I'd be able to wear a Chiori dress on my wedding day.
Why?
My fiancé owns a small business. It doesn't bring in a lot of mora, but we get by. After he proposed, he took me to Chiori Boutique, and we put down a custom order for a dress. He probably noticed how often I talked about Miss Chiori's clothes, and how pretty they were. Being able to wear one of her dresses to my wedding has always been my dream.
And then?
And then, something happened to the business, and we ran into major mora problems. We were able to scrounge up...
But didn't Chiori say...
Yes. When I came to... She heard me out, and then told me not to worry. She assured me that the deposit I paid would be enough for the dress.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?
It is good. It's just, after I went home yesterday, I couldn't help but take out—
Ah, what a shame. He's not supposed to see it.
Well, see, he's seen a lot of wedding dresses in his time doing business. So as soon as he saw it—
Huh? So what—
Yeah. Miss Chiori covered all the costs and held nothing back. The fabric, accessories—
Oh. Miss Letitia, I'd really like to use your story for a piece I'm writing about the boutique. Would you mind going on the record?
Huh? Well,
I think it'd go a long way. You're—
Hey, Olaf!
Huh?
Well, we were—
Oh, I remember now. There's this one cliff by the sea. Miss Chiori would always go there whenever she was upset.
In that case, why don't we split up? I'll continue interviewing Miss Letitia.
All right, sounds good. Let's—
So, in your opinion—
Let's see. Well, she's certainly not afraid to say what she means, but she always looks out for her cup.
Chiori?
Uh-huh. How did you know where I... Alof told you, didn't she?
She did. We were just looking for you at the shop and Letitia was there. She wanted to thank you for the dress.
I'm not upset. Want to sit here with me? The view's quite stunning. Don't worry. I'll catch you if you fall.
All right, don't mind if we do.
Well, how does it feel?
This place is pretty great.
Right? It's quiet and open, and far from the relentless critique from fashion commentators and the media. It's just you and the beautiful scenery.
Yeah, it's important to take yourself out of that kind of stressful environment every once in a while.
I didn't grow up in a very strict family. My parents would joke that I grew up to be so assertive because they spoiled me as a child. I would get together with the other children to climb trees and explore caves. One time, I even climbed over the walls of the Kamisato estate. One of the servants had to physically remove me.
Whoa, Paimon would have never imagined that.
But even as rambunctious as I was, when it was as if I discovered a whole new world within those vibrant, dazzling fabrics. You know the feeling? My parents noticed, and they sent me to study under a famous Inazuman tailor. It wasn't long before I had driven away pretty much every master tailor on the archipelago.
You were that
I wasn't misbehaved, exactly. I just often had strange ideas when it came to fashion. Ones that weren't in line with traditional ways of doing things. On top of that, I hated the idea of groveling and making outfits for every arrogant big... Anyway, a few incidents later, I soon found myself...
No wonder you left.
I was angry and frustrated. So, before I left, I swore to all those masters that my brand would one day become renowned all over Teyvat.
Well, that's a great dream to...
After that, I came all the way to the court of Fontaine, a city often referred to as the capital of arts and fashion. I had a lot of fun starting out. Sure, I was living in a small cramped room. I had a far more naive view of fashion back then. As long as something was pretty, it would be... Of course, as I spent more and more time in the industry, I learned nothing was ever that simple. Oh, yeah. She did mention that dream. I'll be honest with you. That's the first time I ever heard something like that from one of my customers. Who would have thought? Even as I continue to pursue my dream, my work has also become someone else's. All right, That's enough sightseeing for one day. Time to come up with a way.
Ooh, looks like you've...
Back? It was never gone to begin with. I did say I would.
Paimon thinks we should look for evidence that Uter wrote that article. Charlotte's already working on an article to address all...
I don't like duking it out in the press. But if Charlotte's thrown her hat in the ring, I know where Uter's clothing factory is located.
Sounds good. As for Fashion Week...
Huh? When did this become an either-or situation? Find incriminating
but your accessory...
Well, it's true that I haven't quite figured out what to do. To tell you the truth, even here in Fontaine, every time I'm thinking about all that, I just...
What?
The sea.
Got...
Come.
Chiori! Chiori, why did you just jump into the sea all of a sudden?
Paimon, what do you think is the most beautiful thing in the sea?
A Lumitwall? Or a pearl, maybe? Oh, coral's pretty too. Oh, Paimon gets it now! You want to use things like that as the accessories for your designs!
Well, now that you hit the nail on the head, help me grab some, would you?
Leave it to us! Enough, right? Paimon picked all the prettiest Chiori. Will these do? Great! So are we gonna...
Yes, but don't forget, we've got more than just... Okay, we've got the materials for the accessories. Next, we'll need to use what we have on hand to create some new outfits.
You mean we have to start from...
I should be able to...
Oh no! Skipping out on sleep is not the answer! Wait, how come this conversation is giving Paimon major deja vu?
Ganyu?
A friend of ours who does way too much overtime? Well, anyways...
Well, I can't argue with you. Oh.
What else can we help?
I suppose all there's left to do is...
You got it!
You heard me. Tear them all. When I went to that first fashion week, I had no savings to... I had to make something work, so I tore up all the clothes that I brought with me from Inazuma, and I used the scraps to make my entries for the show. If it worked back then, why not now?
But you weren't...
I know. That's why I refused... No need to be nervous, of course. If anyone dared to tear up one of my dresses in front of me on an... Just this once, though. I think I can make an exception. Go ahead and tear them up. Think of it as a good way to vent your emotions. Good job. That should do it.
Chiori, are you alright? Sorry for taking so long. I got caught up and... Whoa. Who did this? Those monsters. Slandering you in the papers wasn't enough for them, was it? They even sent people to wreck your shop. Give me their names. Since they're all too eager to tear up other people's clothes, I think it's about time the Spina di Rosula return the favor.
Maybe you should calm down a bit first, cause you see,
Huh?
Ugh, what is this, a soap opera? I was the one who asked the traveler to tear up the outfits. We need all the fabric and accessories we can get.
Oh, so that's what happened. I guess I got a bit ahead of myself just now. Back to what you were doing, everyone. You can all just pretend like I didn't say anything.
Navia sure is scary when she's angry.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a false accusation. No one's gonna orchestrate some conspiracy to take down one of my friends and get away with it.
You and Chiori are really close.
Of course. Everyone knows that Chiori makes the most gorgeous outfits in town. All of the Spina di Rosula's formal wear is custom tailored here.
Now, if only you'd give me the contract for your uniforms as well.
As if you'd enjoy designing something as boring and formulaic as a uniform. That's why I didn't ask you in the first place, silly. Plus, with how much your intel has helped us out in the past, to the Spina, you're more of an intelligence agency than a fashion boutique.
If I had it my way, it would be the other way around.
Anyway, we both know why I'm here. Tell me, how can the Spina be of service to you?
If it's not too much trouble, can I borrow some skilled hands to help with some simple sewing work? I'll need all the help I can get if I'm going to finish these outfits over the next few days.
Oh, no problem. I've got a few of those guys all ready to go. I just knew you wouldn't be intimidated into withdrawing from this year's show. Started. I can
actually
ask away.
Oh, and Traveler and Paimon?
I'm done with my interview. Has Miss Chiori made it back yet?
Who did this? Give me names. I'll make sure every last one lands a full feature on the...
Not this again.
What should we do about these clothes?
Sort them by the type of fabric first, and then by...
That sounds pretty straightforward.
Great, you're both here.
A moment later and you'd have missed us.
We read the article in the papers. We were just about to go find Miss Chiori. She helped design a number of our costumes in the past and even sponsored one of our performances. The time has come, it seems, for us to return the favor.
Oh, perfect! She was the one who sent us!
In that case, I assume that there's something we can do to...
Okay, so it's like this.
Is that all we'll need to do?
Should be a piece of cake for the two of us.
Paimon's glad to hear it! Well then, guess it's about time we go and find some evidence. Chiori said we shouldn't disturb her over the next couple of days.
But the show's in another 2 days, isn't it?
Well, according to her, she wants to first beat Uter fair and square at the show, and then defeat him in the...
A two-pronged approach?
Courtesy first, confrontation...
yes!
Understood. Then we'll have faith in her decision.
All right, we're counting on... Okay, then let's also do as Chiori said. And Paimon sure...
you're here.
Chiori! How are the new outfits coming along?
Just a few steps left now. I've handed the rest over to...
Wow, that's cutting it real close. Are you...
Don't worry. I have no intention of...
Okay, Paimon totally gets that this is all his fault, and he totally...
His factory is usually open to the public. It may not be open for business right now. We're just curious customers.
Well, when you...
Anyway, Uter's factory is right over there.
Why would he open a...
We have different marketing strategies. While I specialize in high-end custom garments, he...
Alright!
You make a good point.
We're in! There really is nobody here.
Welcome, dear visitors.
Oh, Paimon nearly fell out of the air! What is that thing?
A mechanical guide. They usually use a recorded tape to give you a tour of the factory.
Please, follow me, dear guests. First stop on our tour is a look at the gradual evolution of our clothing brand. After that, we welcome you to peruse our most popular styles.
Huh. Later seems to be doing pretty well for himself, doesn't he? Why would he feel the need to bother you when he could just focus on improving his own brand?
This is the studio where our designs are made. Please, take a look around. These are the fitting rooms. Please use them at your leisure.
Huh? There seems to be something in this fitting room. Why did the door just close?
Hold on tight, Paimon.
Why is it moving?
It seems to have stopped.
Where did this thing take us?
Seems like we're someplace deeper inside the factory.
This place is...
Look over.
Ooh, that one?
And
So he was actually the...
No wonder his clothes always felt weird. He's been using all manner of tricks.
Should...
Never mind issues.
That's... This way he won't be able to try and deny anything in court. Doesn't look like there's a path here.
Follow me. Let's go up.
Place seems like some kind of... What? What's going on? Our way in's been blocked!
Seems like he knew...
You did say he knew you really well, didn't you?
Yes. And that's because...
Wait, you're practically at each...
When I first came to Fontaine, we were both fledgling designers who longed to gain a foothold in the world of fashion. In the beginning, we both wanted to make clothes that would stand out from the crowd and shatter... But with every criticism we received... and every sponsor that rejected us. Finally, right before Fashion Week, he came to the conclusion. For my part, I gambled it all and devoted everything I had to that 1 week. I came out the other side.
You received the acclaim of all Fontaine.
I don't know the exact... Well, let's focus on getting out of here first. Missing the show is as good as letting him win.
There... Oh, that doesn't seem to have done anything. That didn't do anything either.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Look over there. Seems like there's a way out. Maybe we can use these mechanisms to get higher.
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. unauthorized intruders. Entering expulsion mode. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders. Entering expulsion mode.
We finally made it out. Why does it feel like the movement patterns of those mechs have changed?
Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders. Initiating shutdown procedure. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders. Initiating shutdown procedure. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized intruders. Initiating shutdown procedure.
We're finally out of that stinky place. Let's take this evidence and get out of here. Finally, the entrance. At last.
Oh, those chambers couldn't hold you, I see.
We've collected a bunch of evidence on all the nasty...
The evidence on your person, you mean?
More mechanical guards?
Oh, but this is...
What? Destroy...
Proving that fashion is merely...
You know what your problem is, Uter? You've become so obsessed with the concept of fashion itself that you let it paralyze you. Stop trying.
Spare me the lecture, why don't you? Sooner or later, you'll cater to all the voice.
Fashion is about aspiring towards a certain ideal, but it's up to you to decide what it is. My brand caters to no one but myself and my...
Well, once the people witness their former darling's spectacular fall...
That's what you've been trying to prove all this time? Your jaded understanding of the... You weren't like this before, Uter.
He realized long ago how utterly...
You gave up on your dream, but that wasn't enough, was it? You think you understand. But you're just a bitter man who let his regrets dictate his choices. You regret this whole thing.
Pathetic. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You're a fool daydreaming about taking all of Tibet.
You're right. But more pitiful still are cows.
You!
Yeah, just leave his...
No.
But he had...
It'll be fine. Just I'll deal with him. Some lessons are best.
Catch up with us soon?
Trying to leave, are we?
I've held back all this time because of our past partnership, Uter. But all that changed after our tour. No matter what you've been... If I may borrow the words of a friend, a guy like you doesn't just... Allow me to show you the true meaning of the Chiori brand. The Chiori brand represents more than a person or a trademark. It's a way of life.
Greetings, friends at Fontaine Fashion Week. Please feast your eyes on the extravaganza that Chiori Boutique has prepared for you today.
Brilliant, dazzling, and wholly unique. And most importantly,
An enduring, never say die spirit. That's the true meaning of the Chiori brand. And now, let's welcome the thundering seamstress, Miss Chiori herself.
Did Chiori not...
Lights, cameras, over here, please.
Let the show begin.
the world may change, fashion along with it, but Chioria will remain the same. No challenge is too great. Chioria caters to no one. Not even the times. Rather, Chioria will always lead the fashion of our time. Finally, let's not forget. Only those who do not give up on their dreams are worthy of this brand. Well then, I suppose all that's left to say is, Happy Fashion Week, fellow dreamers.
How about this?
A little more to the left.
Like this?
Perfect.
Phew. Oh, that looks great! Miss Chiori, can I take a picture?
Of course.
I didn't know you'd make a brand new signboard.
I made it before Fashion Week. I figured it...
Well, how can you become renowned through all of Tevat without a fancy signboard of your own? The Spina...
Now that you mention it, perhaps our magic troupe could use one of those.
Our signatures are the Grinmalkin Cat and the Bogglecat box. Oh, and we need to add Pear as well.
Pear would need an alias, of course.
So, does that mean your signboard is going to be...
Ooh, that sounds super snuggly and warm.
And a bit cramped.
Miss Chiori, I'm done taking pictures. You can expect the article in tomorrow's Steam.
Thank you, Charlotte.
It's my pleasure. Bringing the truth to light is a journalist's duty.
Going forward, feel free to custom order any accessories you need for Monsieur Ver...
Huh?
Of course. The same goes for you too, Linny and Lynette.
What about something other than a costume?
Thank you, Chiori.
Well, I don't really need anything.
I don't need anything either. So long as you continue to request my international...
Actually, that reminds me.
Huh? About that.
The Spina di Rosula has prepared a special vehicle for you, so you can just get in and we'll push it all the way out of Fontaine.
What? No, that's so embarrassing.
Ooh, do we get something nice too?
Of course. Just hold on a second.
Disrupting public order at the show, appropriating venue lighting equipment without authorization, using weaponry in public, hosting a
Chiori.
If you come across anyone who matches those descriptions, please report them.
Enjoyed that, didn't you? You nearly scared me half to death.
Says the one who pulled that stunt earlier. How about you do me a favor and tell me in advance next time you're planning something like that?
And if I had...
No, but it would have...
Well, I would say I more than made it up to you, have I not? A whole underground workshop in the Fleuve Sandra, and the man responsible all tied up and handed to you on a silk...
All right, I won't
Well, friends, I would say we've earned ourselves a nice meal for our efforts. Let's go. Spina's treat.
I'll have to take a rain check. Oh, by the way, Chiori, I ran into...
I don't need to hear it. I'm sure the old fool used pretty much... Thanks again.
My pleasure. Oh, and one last thing. That was really quite an amazing show.
You don't say.
All right. Follow me.
Traveler, Paimon, could you go wait for me at that place with the view?
A place with a...
Perfect. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, we didn't wait long at all. But what did you want to give...
Here, take this.
Oh, wow! A brooch! And in the style of Chiori Boutique, too! Wait, Paimon gets one as well?
I've only made 2 for now. After much consideration, I decided to give them to you two. You've been a great help. Even when things were... There were even times when I felt like I had to fight back and win. Even if it was just to honor the...
Well, we may have helped a little, but Paimon would say you deserve most of the...
I know for certain that was not... I've chased my dream for so long that I've come to understand something. Apart from conviction and persistence, the thing that matters most is having friends who believe in you even when you don't believe in yourself. A single person can only do so much. Without all your help, Chiori Boutique could have easily fallen to ruin.
Well, Paimon doesn't think it would have ever gotten to that point. Not if you had anything to say about it. But, about the stuff you said at the show.
Perhaps my words were a little pretentious, but they do reflect how I truly feel. I won't bow or scrape before any force in the... I'm confident in the quality of my work. Create something beautiful, and there will always be people who appreciate it.
Well, guess there's nothing... Should we...
Oh, yes, of course. You know, of all the nights I've spent in Fontaine, I'd say this is the loveliest by far. Out.
Hey, who's that?
I'm Chiori, the owner of Chiori Boutique. Feel...
Boats.
No.
made for transferring commodities forth. And those that come across Leo tend to stay a while. It is where many things come to settle.
Let's get down to
Solidify!
the perfect
Illusion shattered!
Be still. Stabilize.
Scatter! There is no escape!
Cascade.
No.
Solidify!
Propagate! Illusion shattered! There is no escape!
Be still. You win. This. Stabilize!
Shine down!
Test subject. Solidify!
There is no escape!
Cascade! Stabilize!
Propagate!
Let me try my blade.
Going somewhere?
Taste my flame. Gather hearts.
Shine down!
Terry. It's over.
Propagate!
Be still.
Let's get down to business. My blade!
Solidify!
Yes. Very nice. I'm sure I've forgotten something. Not to worry, I'll simply send someone to fetch it. Everything's in place and they've taken the bait. Yes. Now to start reeling them in.
Oh, it's you, cutie. To what do I owe the honor of your visit? Are you here to peruse the library? Or perhaps you're here to visit a certain someone? As considerate as ever, I see. Alas, what rotten luck. You just so happen to have caught me in the middle of some important...
Wait, you're actually busy?
You're right. The last time I was this consumed with research must have been way back at the academia. I haven't done this much thinking for a long time. It's rather exhausting. If you're that what do you say? Want to help me relive my days as a scholar?
It's not polite to pawn off your...
Is that a no, then? It will be quite the rare opportunity to work together, and you would, of course, be generously rewarded. But if you don't want to... As you probably know, the Knights of Favonius have long conducted research on alchemy. But most of that research has been carried out in a laboratory setting. The public's knowledge of alchemy is quite minimal. Which means that up to this point, most of our research and discoveries have remained quite distant from people's daily lives. We've put a lot of mora into the research, but have very little to show for our efforts. Noting this disconnect, Jean decided to start an initiative where we'd share the fruits of our labor with the people. For now, that means introducing them to several different kinds of alchemical potions. As it happens, I already have some experience with this work. Even though I usually work at the library, I have lent my support in the past to the management of the Knight's potion supply. Potioneering was also one of my academic specializations back in the day, so Jean thought I was the best person for the job. But to create potions practical enough to support the daily needs of the people, a lot of adjustments had to be made to the ingredients we use, and the overall alchemical process also needed to be simplified. All in all, what started as a relatively simple research project soon evolved into something exceedingly complicated.
So, are you asking us?
No worries. Alchemical practices are becoming more and more advanced, but there's still a disconnect between our research and the general public. But if we want to conduct research and collect... So, I thought the best way to do that would be to open up a potion shop. That way, we could continue to handle the alchemy side of things, while also being able to...
Oh, it's like killing two pigeons with...
Well, of course. And who better to... When I was at the... I'm sure my cuties...
Yeah, you make it sound nice and all, but Paimon still thinks you're just looking for a way to pawn off your work.
I knew I could count on you. When all our work is done, all of the initial preparations have been made, so let's head to the shop. this is the shop.
Wow, looks like you've made a lot of preparations already.
It was a group effort. Jean secured the initial funds to open the shop. And the logistics company is handling now with your help. It's like an additional weight has been. The Knights have been busy spreading the word about our shop over the past few days. So, okay, let's not keep everyone waiting then. Why don't... All you need to do is... Ooh, looks like you finished your potion. Now, all we need to do is put it on display for sale.
Looks like we're done with all the prep work. Why don't we take a short break over there while we wait for customers to arrive?
Seems like everything is going well. As for what potions you should brew next, that means staying up to date.
That sounds kinda hard.
Don't... What do you think? Have any ideas on the kinds of... Go ahead and try to cultivate using different... All right, cutie.
Seems like you've gotten the hang of the cultivation side of things. I should probably mention, a knight from the logistics company has arrived. And after that, it'll be your time to shine.
Yeah, shouldn't it be
my role? Naturally, it was to ensure my cuties had all... Okay, I'll...
Paimon.
Greetings, Honorary.
Wow, Paimon's fame is really spreading across...
My apologies. You're practically legends. I'd love to wander the land in search of adventure like one of those knights you read about in stories. Yeah. Anyway, with my orders from the acting grandmaster, if there's anything you need, just let me know. You're in luck.